Welcome to Popular Pixel. Hey everybody, it's been quite some time since I've done a stream, let alone very many videos lately. But as you may already know, I have actually been trying to put together a book. Well, as many of you already know, I have put together a book, and it is a strategy guide for the Phantasy Star game that was released on the Sega Master System back in 1987 in Japan. In 1988, this game came to the United States, and of course, it was something that I fell in love with. So, it is also a bit of a piece of my life. And as I grew older, I wanted a strategy guide for this game, so I went ahead and I created one. So what I'm doing today is I am playing through this hacked version of Phantasy Star on actually my Evercade. I will be using state saves from time to time just to speed up the process a little bit, but what I plan on doing is I plan on playing through the entire game today. And I will be using the strategy guide as a means to do this. I have the smaller screen as you see here right now, but from time to time I will also be enlarging it so you can see the strategy guide a little bit larger. So anyways, we're going to give this a shot. I'm going to be here basically all day. I hope to be able to get through the entire thing, and I hope the stream is working okay. I have purchased a new computer since the last time I've done a stream, so I had to re-download all my software and everything. It seems to be running pretty smooth, but I guess we're about to find out, won't we? So anyways, we're going to go ahead and jump into it here, and we're going to start from a fresh game, obviously. Now, there are going to be certain instances where I am going to go ahead and speed through some of the text, again, trying to cut down on some of the time. Originally, I wanted to just record the entire thing and then do a layer on top of it of what it was that I was doing. But this new computer also has a pretty small hard drive, and I didn't want to use an external hard drive, so I gotta love SSD. One of these days I'll get around to purchasing a new SSD so that I can put it in my computer and have a larger hard drive, but hey, that's completely besides the point. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and get into this here. You're going to notice, of course, again, this is the hacked version. You're going to notice that the text is going to be different. The character names are going to be different. The game is also going to be sped up a little bit through, of course, the party's walking ability. Not to mention, we've also got faster Meseta as well as experience earnings. I have that all turned on so I can get through it a little bit quicker. But let me first of all get to the right page here. Well, while I do this, why don't I go ahead and enlarge my screen? Wrong one. All right, so here I've got my character bios along with the level charts. With the amount of experience you need for each character, as well as the spells that they learn and that sort of thing. This is something that does come in helpful when you're playing through the game. It allows you to look up, find out when you're going to learn certain magics, or if you're trying to aim to a certain level. That way you don't have to go to a church wrecking your waypoint, if you have one set, that is. So we're going to go ahead and get into this. Here are the maps of the different planets as well. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring it to our first page here, explaining what it's asking for, of course, what you should be doing in the game. I will not always be bringing these things to your attention, because I may have this up on my screen, I may not. For right now, again, I have it on the big screen, but I'm going to actually have that minimized here for the most part. It will still have it up there in the corner, so you can kind of get an idea as to what I am doing here. But for right now, we are going to go ahead and start right on off by picking up our 50 Meseta. Anytime I start a new game, obviously that's the very first thing that I do. I mean, there are times when I skip past that, especially if I'm playing this hack. There's really no reason for me to have to get that 50 Meseta. It's a good little starter, I suppose. A lot of the times I don't even bother buying the leather shield at the beginning of the game because it costs that 50 Meseta. But since it is so easy to earn money in this version of the game, I am going to go ahead and get this leather shield here. And obviously we need to equip it to Alice. And then we're going to head on over and pick up the Lacanian pot. There have been playthroughs that I've done where I completely forgot to do this part, and then by the time I go to try to get Meow, I end up having to come back. And for those of you who may have not played this game before, here's Suelo. She's a good person to get to know because she will heal your party when you're in need. Doesn't cost you anything. And I guess one other thing, I'm going to go ahead and set my waypoint right now by going into this church. So basically, if you have a trancer, or of course, you'll end up learning magic that allow you to fly to the last church that you visited. So I always try to make sure that I just set that point early on. What you have to do at the beginning of the game, and I always stick right to this area right here. So you want to fight monsters. Like in this case, this is the perfect monster to be fighting right now for Alice. She can take this thing out without any problem. Generally, if you have to fight two of them, or if you have to fight the scorpion, it can actually be kind of difficult. So quite often you're having to run. But this part sometimes takes a little while as you sit here and grind for levels. What I'm doing right now is I'm aiming for 4 levels of grinding. That way Alice will end up learning her first spell, which allows her to heal. Now, of course, since I am playing the hacked version, again, that level came a lot sooner than it should have. I'm gonna see if I can try to do this before I die. Doesn't look like it. I'm not taking the chance. Gonna go visit Suelo. Right back at it, of course. I'm not going to take the chance right now. Oh, crud. See, I got a little trigger happy there. Let me get out of here. So now, just to kind of throw this out there, this strategy guide that I've made, it's taken me about 2 years. It's actually a little over 2 years, I believe, since I've been working on it. It's something that I created just as a labor of love, and I'm going to be sharing it with anyone who is interested. I will be uploading it to the Internet Archive so that it can be used online, or so that the PDF can be downloaded. It's I've gone through it a couple of times just to make sure. I'm hoping that I've corrected all the errors that I had in it, but at this point, I mean, I haven't seen any more errors. So this strategy guide is going to be available for free on the Internet Archive. I'm also going to be offering up a link as to where you can purchase a physical copy of it. So that way it'll be priced at cost. I believe it's around $24 at the cost of the print-on-demand service that I'm doing this through. Which I guess it's not too bad, but I'm not upping it at all, to earn any commission or anything like that on it. I did not create this book to try to make money. I basically did it again just out of my nerddom. It's something that I absolutely wanted ever since I was a little. Whoa. that was dangerous. It's something that I've wanted since I was a little kid. And I play this game at least once a year, sometimes even more. So it's nice to be able to have all the maps and everything at my fingertips. You know what? I better do a quick save. It is a bit of a slog at times when you're having to do all this grinding in the game, and there are going to be moments where, of course, on this stream that I'm going to have to do that. But honestly, in the first Phantasy Star, it doesn't really bother me all that much. So that must be level 4 that I just hit since she learned a spell. And we can go into our stats to check that. Of course, you see there level 4, and the magic that she learned was heal. Now, because I earned that, I'm going to go ahead and head back to Suelo now. I'm going to have her heal me. That way it'll also restore my magic points. And the first thing that we have to do after that, of course, is we have to head on over here to Scion. Well, you know what? I'll go ahead and take out the Man-Eater. We have to head over to Scion because in Scion, there's not a whole lot that we can really do here, as of right now, that is. I could, if I really wanted to, earn enough Meseta to purchase the Zirconian armor. I'm not going to bother doing that. I'm going to try to stick to the strategy guide that I've created as much as possible, as if I was playing the regular game. When I play this version, there's a lot of things that I often do to go out of my way and do. Anyways, that aside, so we have to come to this secondhand shop here, and we go to buy, and we buy this secret, as it's normally called, but they call it secret thing in the hack. He doesn't really like that idea. He's acts kind of dumbfounded that you even know about it, and basically kicks you out of the store. He does it a couple of times. You have to be persistent here. We're gonna go in on the third time and purchase again, and he finally gives it to us. Basically what we are purchasing here is a road pass. Later on in the game, we will find out that this road pass is actually a fake. At least it gets us by long enough. Now, what I need at the moment is at least 100 Meseta before moving on. That's probably it, but I'm gonna do one more just to be on the safe side. Take a look. Alright, so I have 144 Meseta, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Just for good measure. And we go to this first shop right here, and she's going to ask me a series of questions. So, have I ever been convicted of a crime? Of course not. And am I suffering from an illness? Of course not. And am I willing to pay the fee? Of course I am. Because if I don't pay the fee, I can't get my passport. Walk over here, talk to the guards, tell them that I do have my passport, and we're going to head to Paseo on Motavia. I always have trouble saying that word. So, we will switch to Motavia here on the strategy guide. And as we fly around, we'll go ahead and zoom in on the book a little bit here. So we have the map of Paseo with outline telling you exactly what's in this town, the things that you can look forward to, that sort of thing. We also have the pro tips listed down in the corner. Always pay attention to those as they will help you. We also have these items that are listed on the screen in red, like the Lacanian pot that's down there, or the thick fur. Anytime you see red text, you're wanting to pay attention because it is going to give you some information. It might be something you have to purchase right now, or it'll be something coming in the future, but it is something to make sure that you are paying close attention to. So let's go ahead and head over to Paseo proper. Alright, so he wants, well, in the original game, he wants 1 billion Meseta in order for this rare animal. Just say yes or no, it doesn't really matter, because he's going to notice that you have the Lacanian pot and offer you a trade. And this will get you your first party member, or I should say second party member in this case. You get Meow, and with Meow, of course, Meow is able to perform magical abilities, pretty good magic to have available. Skip past this. Sorry, I just realized that I thought my mic might actually be turned off, so I had to check that real quick. Alright, so now our main objective is to head on back and get Meow upgraded. Well, not upgraded, but grind some levels for him. Let me see if I have enough money. I hope I do. Oh yeah, okay. So I'm gonna buy a couple of flashes. They call them searchlights in this version, because I don't want to forget about those. And back to sticking to this little area right here. I don't know. I don't want to take the chance with Meow taking a dive. So we're gonna upgrade Meow right now to about level 4 or level 5. In the meantime, we're also going to be earning some Meseta, because I do want to purchase a titanium sword before moving on. The titanium sword can be found in the town that is just to the south of the spaceport, in a town called Parolet. Definitely not. Alright, so let's do another one of these real quick. So Alice just learned a new spell, as you saw there. That'll come in handy. Now, my health has dipped down, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in here and do some healing. I'm going to check my Masada level. We're at 332, so that's perfect for the new titanium sword. I'm going to go ahead and go grab that. Again, anytime you purchase new equipment, don't forget to go in and equip it. Now, most of the cases, if I buy new equipment, I'm gonna, of course, go over to the secondhand shop and I'm gonna sell that equipment. But in this case, I'm actually not. I'm gonna hold on to that short sword that she had, because that sword will come in handy when I get Noah on my team. You know what? I also didn't pay attention. Let me find out what level Meow is. Level 3. Alright, yeah, let's do a little more grinding yet. So level 4, we should be more than safe. So I'm gonna go ahead and head over to Suelo here. A lot of the times when I play this game, when I'm going through dungeons, I'll actually move backwards just to make things move a little bit quicker for me as I'm getting through the dungeon. So if I have to run from a monster, I'll run in the direction that I need to instead of away. But I will try my darndest to actually refrain from doing that, so that this can also be used as a strategy guide for anyone who's trying to get through the game. But anyways, so we come into the first dungeon here, and we need to go ahead and use our torch, or our flash, excuse me, so we can light up our path. Now, there are several chests, well, 3 specifically chests in this area, and if you're going through the strategy guide, let me turn that back on again here. If you're going through the strategy guide, right there on the right hand side it says treasure info. It'll always tell you what is in each chest, and each one is numbered. In this case, I'm not going to worry about trying to get all of them, again, because I get plenty of Masada outside of that. But normally I will go ahead and pick up some of those if they are worth it, but not too far into the game you're going to realize that it's really not worth going after those peanuts. And I do apologize because I do have a cold, so I will be doing a lot of probably clearing my throat as we go along. Alright, so here we find Odin. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go to our items. We're going to pull out the Asulin. revive him. And we're going to have him join our team. So he gives us a hint that there's a compass that he left in this cave, so we are going to go pick that up right now. This is also marked on your map. I just realized that I was moving backwards there. Again, I do apologize if I do that and if it confuses anyone who might be using this as a strategy guide. Sometimes it's just quicker to not turn around even, just to go down a short hallway like that. Alright, so with the compass we can now enter Epi Forest, and here in Epi Forest there are some pretty strong creatures, so you're going to want to make sure that you are cautious about that, especially with Odin being at a low level. So let's actually go up here. Let's earn some levels for him just to be on the safe side. You are strong enough at this point to venture into the forest. I didn't mention that before, but when I was telling you guys just to kind of stick there by the city walls, the main reason for that is so that you don't run into enemies that are too difficult for you. Couple of levels there. So he's level 4 now. Let's find out our Masada reserves. Oh, phew. Okay, more than enough. So let's go ahead and go into Epi Forest. We get a wing eye, which they're pretty basic. It's the werebats that you more or less have to worry about in this forest. Alright. So first thing I want to do, since I have enough, I'm going to go ahead and pop on in here. I'm going to purchase a needle gun. Now, a needle gun is a great weapon, especially this early on in the game. And then I'm going to purchase an iron shield, which I believe is actually a bronze shield in the original game. Iron shield is equipped to Odin. And then a needle gun equip also to Odin. The guns in this game are quite interesting. I'll talk about that in just a moment, but let's go up here and talk to the chief of the village real quick. He is going to give me a tip as to where I can find a dungeon key if I tell him that I am looking for one. So the gun, they allow you to fire off multiple rounds at a time. So if you are fighting 5 enemies, you will shoot off 5 rounds, 1 for each enemy. Now this gun will only cause damage of 5 per enemy. But if you're fighting 5 monsters, that's 25 hit points worth of attack. So here in the warehouse, as you saw me walk to, this is where we're going to find that dungeon key. So let's grab that real quick. And visit Suelo once again. Alright, so normally when I'm playing my walkthroughs, I'm going to just keep moving on and head to Nala Cave. But again, I am following the strategy guide that I put together, and this strategy guide is really trying to help beginners out. So if you're an advanced user, you probably could go straight into Nala Cave, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend some time down here in Epi Forest, and I'm going to fight enemies. I'm going to try to hopefully come across quite a few of those werebats. The reason for that, of course, is that the werebats are going to really give you a pretty good amount of experience, but even more importantly, they're going to give you a good amount of Meseta. Problem is, these wing eye pop up quite often, and they're not that great for grinding on it. Alright, so Batman is what they call it in this. I do not like that. But anyways, so let's go ahead. 3. Let's try it out here. So there's the gun. So he took out 15 hit points as opposed to what his iron axe would have done. The interesting thing is that you have weapons and armor that you're trying to seek out in this game that are made of the Lacanian material, and there's a gun in this game that is much more useful and powerful for Odin to use. In several of my playthroughs, oftentimes I will even forego going after the Lacanian axe for him because it is not as useful as it should be. Especially when you're fighting the final bosses, you're actually better off using his gun rather than the actual axe that you're supposed to be hunting down. You know what? I'm gonna also go ahead and just show you something here real quick. One of the tips that I like to do, if you're too far away from town and you want to heal your party at a doctor, the best idea is to first use up your magic by healing your party members with that. Because what's going to happen is you're going to be able to actually spend less Meseta in healing. So if I go to Alice, see, it only cost me 7 Meseta because it's filling up her magic points. She was already maxed out on hit points. And then if we go to Meow, he was only 13 points down, hit points down, so it only cost us 13 Meseta to heal. And Tylon, or Odin, I think he is, yep, he's fine. Excuse me. So what we are doing right now, we are essentially going after this. Zoom in on it again while I fight here. In the bottom left-hand corner, I have a little shopping list. I haven't fully decided if I was going to do a Final Fantasy II book or not, But this is going to be something in the Final Fantasy II book. I just said Final Fantasy. Wow, that's sacrilege. A Phantasy Star. If I do a second Phantasy Star book, this is something that is going to appear in that book quite often. Unfortunately, in that game, they cause you to do lots of grinding for Masada. It's really kind of the way that they artificially make the game longer, having to gain levels and having to gain a ton of Masada. So I'm going to be doing a lot of shopping lists, especially since there's, what is there, like 6, 7 different characters in that game that you have to shop for all the time. So anyways, down the bottom left-hand corner here, we've got the shopping list. These are the items that you're going to want to pick up for your characters before moving on. This is really the only time that I have a direct shopping list in this version of the strategy guide, or for Phantasy Star 1 that is. The main reason for that is because as you go along, it just kind of naturally happens. There are a couple of items that you have to pick up here and there when you're in a new town and that sort of thing, but very rarely is there like a whole bunch of items that you're going to have to purchase. If there are, it's all in one town. And as you can see here in this shopping list, there's actually 3 different towns that I'm going to have to go to. So if you were paying attention to that shopping list, you'll see that there's quite a bit of money that I'm going to need to earn here. Now, the plus side of doing this is you're also, of course, earning experience points for your characters and able to advance them in levels. But this will also make your characters a little bit more strong so that they can withstand the coming adventures. I should be fairly close to having enough by now, if not completely. Take a peek here. Oh, ha! I was off. Yeah, we're only about halfway there. In this version of the game, again, these bad man. Again, I hate that werebats. They give you quite a bit of Masada, which is wonderful. I am a bit of a purist, though. I do enjoy playing the original Phantasy Star over the hack version, but the hack version is kind of nice because it does give you a little bit more insight into the story. So if you've never played Phantasy Star before and you're looking to get into it for the first time, it is a pretty good game to go ahead and try out. That way you can... Ooh! I watch that. Hold on. Okay. Playing this version of it, though, does give you, like I said, a lot more insight as to what is actually going on. Boom. I love the size of that purse. Man, that was nice. By far the first Phantasy Star game, of course, out of the original 4 games in the Algo series, is definitely my favorite. Phantasy Star 4 would be my second, and probably then 2 and 3. I'm actually not a huge fan of 2 or 3. 2 it's an okay game. 3 is just, I don't know, I've never been able to get into it. I'm currently playing through the second game again, and I would love to be able to, after that, get into the third game and fully finish it. But I've only been able to play about 30 minutes into it before I get completely tired of it. Let's find out where we're at now. Getting there. I do have to watch those hit points. They are really starting to drop. I gotta be careful. You know what? I better... Now, I'm having both of them heal, even though it's really not needed. I'm having both of the characters heal Odin, though, just to make sure that he gets healed before he gets hit again. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go ahead, heal Meow. So just about there. I think since there's 2 Batmen, Werebats, whatever, in this one, I'm gonna go ahead and fight one more battle before moving on. Okay, well, I lied. I'm gonna actually take on one more, because that wasn't quite what I needed. Alright, so we're going to heal up. And then we are going to come over here. I'm going to buy 2 of the ceramic shields. One ceramic shield goes to Alice. The next one goes to Odin. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead. Oh, did I go to the wrong place? Oh, I know what I'm doing. Oh, hold on. Pop back in there. Let's get the ceramic sword. Equip that to Alice. Sorry, if I keep switching on the names, I apologize. Don't need anything here. But let's pop into here and get the magic lamp. Alright, so for now we have to get our zirconian armor, but we're gonna need 2 of these. One for Odin, and one for Alice. While we're at it, let's go ahead and come back over here. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Get back in there. Let's sell off all the stuff that we don't need. Again, the short sword, I'm holding on to that. Iron axe we no longer need though. Leather shield we don't need. And it is important to make sure that you're doing this. The main reason, of course, is that you're going to end up going through a lot of items with very little space. I think this is the last item. Let's check just in case, though. Okay, yep, we're good. And just for good measure, I am going to go ahead and go visit Suelo one more time. At my level currently, I probably don't need to do this, but again, it's always good to make sure that you are making sure your party is ready for the battles ahead. And as usual, you're going to also want to go in and actually save your game. I'm going to go ahead and do a traditional save. I'm going to save over this file, as I don't need that anymore. And he blocks me. How could one scorpion block me when you're out in the open field? Anyways, we'll kill him. Quite often, if I try running and I can't get away from him the first time, I'll just kill him just out of good measure. So what we're doing right now is we are headed to Nala Cave. Nala Cave is just beyond Bea Malay. That's the walled area that we just walked past. We're headed to Nala Cave because we have to purchase a cape for the governor. Now, even while using maps, like in this strategy guide that I have here, it is possible to still get confused and turned around in the caves if you're not paying close attention to what it is that you're doing. So one of the things that might help you, if you're unsure as to where you are, especially when you get into the larger dungeons, is to use your compass. And I'll show you that here in just a moment. Oh man, I am getting bombarded, it looks like. Alright. Oh, wow. Doing a quick save. All right, so go to your compass, and when you're in a dungeon and you use it, it'll tell you which direction you are facing. You see that there? So if we are, let's say, again, in a difficult dungeon here, and you can see here on the right hand side, Nala Cave entrance dash floor 1. We're right there, of course, by the entrance. So if you take a look at that, you use the compass, it tells you you are facing west. All of the maps in this strategy guide are oriented so that way if you are lost, that it will be facing the proper direction. So in this case, we are facing west. And as you can see there, right at the very entrance, so we're by that corner nearing that door. Looking at your surrounding area and looking at what direction you are facing will be helpful. So just wanted to kind of point that out to you. So let's go ahead and head on over to the door. We have to use our new dungeon key that we received. We're going to go to door A, which brings us down to the subfloor. So we keep continuing to follow the map as it directs. I was about to say, I'm surprised I haven't fought any enemies. That's pretty crazy. See, with the way my guys are situated right now, having purchased all of that equipment, you can see I'm taking very little damage from these creatures. Alright, so coming into the cake shop right here, we're going to take a look, and the gentleman tells us that well, in this case, they've actually corrected it in the hacked version. In the original game, he'll actually tell you that it'll cost 1,000 Meseta in order for you to buy his shortcake. Now, I don't know if that was just a trick that the programs were playing, or if that was just a straight-up accident. Either way, the actual cake only costs 280 Meseta. Even if they tell you that it's 1,000, it'll still only cost you 280. So don't worry about that high price. To unlock the door again. Anytime you go to a different level, doors that you had opened are now closed, which can get kind of annoying. But that's all right. We've got our cake and we're good to go. So our next step here is we are going to head on back to Alice's hometown of Caminite. On our way through to the spaceport, we're going to go ahead and stop at Suelo's house and heal up, as we normally should do anytime we go past that house. All right, on to Matavia. We're gonna skip through all this time. So the first thing that I'm gonna do here, oh, that's the wrong shop. First thing I'm gonna do is pop in here, and we need to get the thick fur, or in this case they call it the spiky squirrel fur in the hacked version. Get out of there. Equip it to Meow. Meow really does not have a whole lot of options for weapons and armor in this game. Use our new acquired dungeon key. Come across a robot cop who is guarding the governor, and he's going to ask us if we have a gift. Of course, we're going to say yes because we bought that shortcake, so he's going to take it and let us go by. My fault. Talk to the governor. He's gonna let us know about Noah, and he's gonna get us a letter so that Noah will come along with us. He even invites us to spend the night since we have been adventuring for a while. We fall asleep, and when we seemingly awaken, in this game they call this creature Nightmare, whereas in the original game they call it a succubus instead of a succubus. They call it a succubus. It's a demon creature. It's a nightmare that you have to fight. The good news is, even though he is superly overpowered for this point in the game, you will most likely lose this battle. It is possible to beat him. And actually, I just did that a couple of weeks ago with another playthrough that I did, not on my channel or anything, but just for fun, basically. I powered up my characters so that they would be overpowering the succubus. But in this case, he's going to end up blasting us here. If I really wanted to, of course, I can go ahead and use fire on him. Which, if you're wanting to actually beat him, using fire is probably your best bet. Of course, in that case, Alice got bound up, so it didn't matter. I might actually be able to do it. He's not seeming to hurt my characters all that much, except for Meow. Oh, okay, there he goes. Now he's using more powerful attacks. There we go, come on. Finish me off. Had I been attacking from the beginning the way I should have to try to beat him, I might have actually been able to do so. Doubtful, though. Alright, so our party's all healed back up because we slept. That, again, was just a nightmare. And this time we will actually venture out into Matavia for the first time. So this desert planet is full of all sorts of creatures. The giant worms are more what you have to worry about going through this path that we're taking right now. But if you see these brown circles on the ground, don't walk onto them. It's really a waste of time and a waste of energy and resources. Those are traps. Every time you step onto one of them, it's an antlion. And they don't give you much experience or Meseta, so it's not even worth trying to grind on them. Man, I'm getting hit by everything. Alright, so we're headed to Nehru Cave. And from here, we're going to go ahead and make our way to where Noah is in seclusion with his training. Now, if you're playing this on the original game, you may even notice that the governor of Motavia actually calls or refers to Noah as a she. That was, again, another mistake by the programmers. Alright, so one of the things that you can do, and I'm just going to kind of point this out to you here, it's not something you have to do, but in this second area, you can come right over here. We're going to move up 2 spaces, turn and face the wall, and walk through it. Now, this is a good idea to do because there is a nice size treasure up here. It's worth it even for me to go out of my way, even though I can make money very easily in this hacked version. It's actually going to be 2,000 Meseta. There's also a boss that you can fight here. He's not worth going after right now. It's just a red dragon. Honestly, it's not even worth going to him later on in the game when you're stronger. Alright, so we're going to pop on back through and start making our way. Now, if you run into the E-Farmers, just talk to them. Don't bother fighting them, especially with that many of them. They're going to end up draining your health quite a bit, but you can talk to them and you can get away with it without even having to fight them. Alright, so this is where Noah is at. He doesn't like us being there, and basically he wants me to leave, and anything you do will make you leave. Except, we've got the letter. So, give him the letter, and he agrees to come along with you. Nope, not interested in that chest. Oh, one thing we should have done. Hold on, let me finish up this battle. Now, I don't make mention of this in the strategy guide. It honestly is not that big of a deal. But I had you holding on to that short sword. We're going to go ahead and equip that. the short sword is only one attack power higher than Noah's current weapon, which is a wand, not a wand, excuse me, a wooden staff. I'm not sure where I'm at on levels, so let me just take a quick peek here. No. I was checking to see if she had the magical ability of fly. Or I believe they call it troop in this game. Man, these leeches are no joke. Okay, so here's another one we can talk to. A lot of the humanoids in this game you can talk to. Now, skeletons I don't advise ever trying to talk to. But if you're ever curious, you can move to the back of the book where it has all of the rundown on all of the monsters in the game, and it'll tell you what way you can talk. Why? Oh my gosh, I just realized I was clicking on talk. I'm talking about talking, so it's making me click on talk. Hold on a second, let me get out of here. That was stupid. I wonder how many times I did that. Anyways, at the back of the book, you can actually go and find out what monsters you can talk to, what ways you can talk to them, because not all monsters can you just talk to them. If it's a humanoid, more than likely you can just click on talk, but in most cases you have to use either magic or a magical item, which would do the same thing. There's actually, I think, around 14 monsters in the game that you can actually converse with. Dragons are one of them, but I believe for the dragons you have to use a sphere. Wow. Believe it or not, I also have the option turned on in this hack version to have a reduction of monsters. I'm not sure if that part of the hack actually works because it doesn't seem like it does. The G Scorpion, as these are called, I always assumed that it was meant gold scorpion just because of their color. But now that I look at this hack version, Giant Nead, I don't even know how to say that. I wonder if it just meant giant scorpion and not gold scorpion, because the money sure doesn't reflect that it's gold. I'm gonna take a quick pit stop here. Let me get rid of, what was it? Oh, there it is. And my wood cane. There we go. I have a pretty good and clear inventory now. Alright, so we're gonna head back to Palmla here. Oh, wait a minute. Did Noah died and I didn't even realize it. Dang. Well, I guess I get to show this to you. That's what I get for not paying attention. Alright, so if any of your characters die, all you have to do is head to the nearest church, and again, this is my waypoint that I enjoy keeping, so I'm going to go ahead and head here, and he's going to ask you if you want to revive someone. Obviously, I want to revive Noah. It's going to cost me 40 Meseta because he's very low on his experience. Whoa, what did that just say? What? Hold up. Let's flip in my book. Okay, see where it says loots need 65,000 experience points there? That is an interesting glitch. I think that's probably just because of this hack. But let's go take a peek at Lutz here. His max level, 30, is 50,000. So I know something's messed up there. Let's turn that back off. That's interesting. So let me advance him one level real quick here. And then I want to go take a peek and see what it says. Okay, so I leveled up. I wonder if it's going to correct it now. Okay, that was interesting. Alright, back to the grind, literally. One of my favorite spots to do grinding is right here, fighting these, well, here it says Shark King, of course, but these are Fish Man. Gives you quite a bit of experience, and it also gives you quite a bit of Meseta. Now, fighting this many at one time can be dangerous, especially with Noah being so low leveled at the moment. You're going to want to make sure you keep a close eye on that. You know what, I'm gonna, just to be on the safe side. So as you see, of course, in this version of the game, you're going to end up leveling up awfully quick. Especially when you're those low levels like that. It's like every battle is just kicking him up a notch. Of course, that's going to happen anyways. You're going to be, even on the regular game, leveling up the low-level characters awfully quick. Fight one more and then take a look at his stats here. Okay, level 7, that's plenty for now. Let's head to talk to Suelo one more time real quick here. Alright, so we're going to head out onto the peninsula out here. We are right now going to be working our way through a dungeon to upgrade Meow's attack. Alright, as usual, let's pull out that dungeon key. Now this chest here is safe to open. It's in your way, so go ahead and open it. Drop ourselves down into this trap. We're gonna turn. We're gonna, I guess, fight a goldlet. There's actually a trap behind me. I think I'm gonna go ahead. Is it behind me? Here, hold on. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, no, there was one that I could have gone to, but in this case, if I go forward, I don't want to open this one because that is trapped, and there's another trap right here anyway, so I'm gonna drop down into that one here. So what we're gonna actually do is go down this hallway, And wow, man. So there's another trap directly in front of me here. I'm going to go ahead and drop down into that. Let's see, so here... run into another door. Unlock that. Alright, so this boss that we're coming up to, it can be one or it could be several skeletons. Now, the skeletons are pretty easy creatures to defeat, so it's really not that big of a deal. But here we only have to fight two, which is really good. So I'm going to go ahead and take these guys out. Now make sure anytime you are fighting a boss for a specific item, if your inventory is full, make sure that you dump an item when it asks you, hey, your inventory is full, would you like to discard an item? Make sure you say yes, because if you say no, that chest will be gone forever. And you can end up having to start your game entirely over. But in this case, we don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to equip this item. Let's see. Oh, wait. So that's... Oh, telepathy. Okay, nope. Sorry, I'm not used to the names of these items. Telepathy is tele, which allows you to speak to certain creatures. I was hoping that he would have already acquired the exit spell, but I guess I didn't advance him in levels far enough to do that. What level does he learn exit at? Level 6. Wait. I thought it was at level 7. Let's take a look at that again. Okay. Oh, that's why. They call it bypass in this version of the game. And does Alice know fly yet? Okay, yep, troop. So let's go ahead and fly back to the church that we were just at, heal our party. Alright, so our next step is we're going to head over to the spaceport here. Noah had given us a tip about a manhole or a service tunnel that is now unlocked, and we're just going to go ahead and fly through this thing because it's really kind of pointless for us to do much in here. There are some enemies that will pop up, but we don't have to worry about anything in there right now. We just fly on through. So the next thing that we have to do is we are needing to find Dr. Levino. Now, he is supposedly living in this town, but after talking to a few people, you find out that he's actually been committed to like an insane asylum. They locked him up in a jail, basically, because he had gone crazy. So we're gonna go ahead and break him out. The prison's actually not even far from here. Now, in a case like this is definitely one of those times when the gun comes in handy. Of course, it only takes 5 hit points off, but with 2 swipes of the gun, all of them will be dead. Now, we have our other characters who also get a chance to attack, but we would have had to have attacked a 3rd time in order to kill them all. But if we actually had the heat gun, it would have taken care of all of these swarm or monster flies. Dang. Really? So he hit me, he deserves to die. Of course, since his friend hit me, I'm gonna have to kill him too. As you progress further in the game, as of right now, a lot of the people on Palmla here don't even want to talk to you unless you offer them something that can help meet their needs. In this case, they're trying to get a cola from you. And if you want to talk with them, make sure you have some colas with you so you can talk to them. For this robot cop here, he's asking me if I have a road pass. Tell him yes. Otherwise, you're going to end up having to fight him. So I'm not going to bother with that. So we go through this locked door. If you want, go ahead and explore through this. There's not a whole lot here that can damage you. There are a couple of, well, one fight, I believe, and one trapped chest. So if you want to, go ahead, go talk to people. But in my case, I'm going to talk to Dr. Lavino here. Lavino, he's, again, going to kick me out, just like happened before. I'm going to get kicked out again, pop back in. And then he's finally going to go ahead and come along with me. Tell him again that you have your road pass. Alright, so Lavino is back in town. He is going to tell you that he needs his assistant, so let's just go get his assistant now. You have to go back into the service tunnel here and talk with this guy that's in the only passage here. Go back. Talk to Dr. Lavino in this house. He's going to ask us for some money. Obviously, it's not free to create things, so we'll tell him, yeah, sure. And then we have to move on to our next step, which I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So, I am going to just take a real quick break here. I'm going to switch over my screen. I'm going to put something up for you. And I will be back in about 30 seconds or so. I think the commercial that I'm going to go ahead and throw up to kind of take up some of this time is going to end up, I guess, being a lot shorter than what I need. But we're going to go ahead and throw it in here anyways. All right, we'll see you soon.
セガはロールプレイングゲームも変えてしまう。ファンタシースター。かつてない驚異のグラフィック、壮大な SF ストーリー。その秘密は4メガ。ファンタシースター。セガ
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. It's the problem with drinking too much coffee before starting a stream, but if I didn't have the coffee, that would be a problem as well. Alright, so we are back on track here. We're gonna, well, hold on. Before I get going, let me find out how much money I've got. Oh, wrong button. Okay, I've got plenty. Now, normally when you're playing the regular game, you're going to have to take some time to actually earn some Meseta before moving on to this, so make sure you check that. We're actually in need of 9,500 Meseta at the moment. As you saw, I had over 10,000 there, so we're going to go ahead and head on to Abion. Dang. Alright, so up here is a pool of lava, or if you read the novel, they said it's magma-like. So I don't think it's actually magma. Like if you step on it, it causes damage every step that you take. Seen though as it's kind of a brown color, I'm inclined to believe that it's not magma. I've always just referred to it as like a toxic swamp. So we're gonna just make our way across it here. We're not gonna worry about that town right now. We're gonna pop inside of the Bortable Passage, and we are gonna go ahead and head over to the Abion side. Killing these guys will end up giving you a flash, which obviously I don't need, but you can sell them for 10 Meseta. That's not really, I guess, worth it, but just to kind of show you instead of running. Plus, I hate running in dungeons if I'm not going backwards. Alright, so now we are going to have to head over, get out of here, head over to the beach area here on the other side of the rocks. Oh, only one, let's kill it. Let's walk around to the other side of the gulf. I love these octopus, they look so cool. Only problem is he must be following me because he will not let up. Obviously, they don't actually follow you, but that's what I like to imagine anyways. Every step I take, I'm running into these stupid things, so I think it's a little bit time for some payback. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and head on into the first city here. This is Lore. We're going to go to this store here. we are going to purchase a saber claw, which is normally called a silver fang. And we are going to also get a heat gun. We don't need anything else, so we'll leave there. Oop. Heat gun, equip to Odin. Saber claw, equip to Meow. And head on back out again. So we're gonna, oop, not do that. Alright, head on north. Follow the only path that will bring us around, which will send us to this town that I just turned the page to, which is Avion. There's a few things that are going on in Avion. Now, our main reason for coming here really is to get the polymetral. This will allow us to dissolve all metals except for Lacanian. So that's what we're seeking. You know what? These stupid skeletons, I'm going to kill these guys. So we have to get the polymetral. The other thing that we really want to make sure that we're doing is at least purchasing one laser shield. It's the best shield that Noah can hold, so we're going to purchase one of those for him. While in the town, if you're talking with any of your residents there, they'll also happen to mention to you that a new guy had moved into town who's a little bit worrisome, some kind of mad doctor that has been performing experiments on animals. So we're going to get that checked out as well. But I see that Noah's a little bit low on health, so I'm going to take just a quick moment to take care of that. Really? Alright, first thing we're going to do, let's go get that laser shield. Yeah, it's a bit pricey, but it'll come in handy. If you really want to, you can actually even work towards buying 3 of them. I usually advise against that, though. Next thing we have to do, you know what, let me just do this real quick. Let's go to magic. Let's super heal, and let's... Oop. We're gonna heal up all of the characters. And just in case we have anything that's still left over, we're going to go ahead and try healing all of them. So her, again, she ended up having 4 hit points down. So it only cost us 4. That is mostly out of magic points. Tylon should be full. Yep. And Lutz definitely needs to be healed. Alright. So our next thing, we have to head over to the first food shop here. Buy the polymetral, or polymaterial as it says in the hacked version. There's nothing else that we need here. And that'll be it. I'm not gonna bother talking to any of the people in the town, but I am going to head on over to this warehouse here. and this will bring us over to Dr. Mad's laboratory. So Dr. Mad is a fairly easy character to beat. We're going to go ahead and go on in here. Our main thing that we're going to do here, he wants to have Meow. Obviously refuse, don't let him, otherwise he will kill Meow and you'll have to take on this battle without using him. So that would be a bad idea because we need Meow to cast Wall. So we cast Wall. Actually, let me back up. I'm going to have Alice cast Fire. Then we're going to go to Wall, Attack, and Wind. Without that Wall up, he's going to cause some massive damage to characters in your party, so make sure that doesn't happen. Now, since the Wall is up, all I have to do is go to Fire, have Meow attack. We're going to go, Attack, Magic, Wind. He should go down in no time, but should your Wall disappear, make sure you have Meow cast it again. Fire, attack, attack, Wind. And one more time, Fire, attack, attack, Wind. The Wall may actually end up going down here. Nope, I get to kill him before the Wall went down. Perfect. Take the treasure chest. You end up getting your Lacanian pot back, which is a must. Go to Magic, Alice, and we're going to use Fly again here. That way it gets me a little bit closer to where I need to be. We're going to go ahead, and since we're by Suelo yet again, we're going to heal. We're going to head back over to Gothic. Alright, so now we have to head over to Bortevo. This is that city that looked like it was all in ruins that I said we'd be coming back to. I can run from 2, but not from 1. Come on, dude. Seriously. Oh, first ghoul, or undead creature aside from the skeleton, so I'm going to go ahead and fight him. I always loved these when I was a kid. I love that vomit attack that he does. I'll kill this one too. Once we get the hovercraft, we'll be able to get over this without taking damage. Come on. Woo! I knew that was going to happen. Alright, so because of how many are there, and I really don't feel like dealing with them, if you come across something like that and you have, in this case it's called Quick Dash, I guess. Normally this magic is called Buy, so we're going to go ahead and click on that, so that way we can get away from them without having to deal with them. Ooh, there's a new one for ya. Let's kill him too, just because we can. Alright, so here, we're going to want to go over to this house here that has this blue door, or it looks like it may even be a drape, not an actual door. And we will go to our items, go to our, not polymetral. We're going to use that. And that will reveal our friend Hapsby. And in that case, we will now turn the page on our strategy guide. Now, our next thing that we're going to do, again, to make this a quicker retreat, we're going to go to Alice. We're going to troop it over, or, again, fly. I do like the way they call that troop. I don't know why. I do. Alright, so yet again, we're going to head over to Gothic. We have to go talk with Dr. Levino now that we have Hapsby. That's the quest that he sent us on. And he, again, is in this house right here. And he tells us that he's basically not ready. Just like the other times before, we just have to kind of walk in and out. And eventually he will go ahead and say, oh, hey, look, I'm done. And give you the keys to your new jet, which he names the Levino. This guy over on the left, on the west side of town, of course, he'll let you pass through now that Levino has given you permission. And we now have access to our own personal jet. So we are, right now, we're going to fly to Uzo. This is on Motavia. One thing I like to do while I'm here, it's not a must, but if we go in here, do we have enough? We do! Buy a lightsaber. I'm going to equip that to Alice. Now, again, that is not a must. You don't have to do that, so if you don't have the funds available, don't worry about it. You'll be getting in one pretty soon. The next thing we have to do is we have to go to this house over by the church. When he asks us if we have heard of the flute, you actually want to say no. If you say yes, this won't work. So say no. He's going to tell you where he hid one. We're going to actually go back to the Levino here. Fly back to Gothic. The flute is a rather important item. It allows you to escape from dungeons without having to use magic. Over to this tree, we're going to go to the search function. Found the flute. Perfect. And now we're going to fly back to Motavia once more. All right. Exit Uzo. We're going to head south, and I guess run into an enemy. Let's get out of here. Until those rocks are just out of view, and then we need to head west until we see that lone rock. You probably saw it pop on the screen there. Head south, and we find the cave that leads to Caspa. Now, normally, what I advise doing when you get into this dungeon is that you find your way all the way to Caspa. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to go ahead and take care of this dungeon. If your characters are strong enough, you don't have to worry about going to Caspa first, but you will end up facing 2 dragons in here. so you do want to exercise caution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take on both of the dragons at once. But again, if you're a novice to the game, I do strongly recommend head into Caspa first. That way you can use that flute and exit back to the city and heal if you need to. So we are, let me see, where am I at here? Okay. So the first dragon that I actually don't recommend going after this one first normally. You want to probably take out the red dragon first because that's where you end up getting the laser sword. But in this case, I'm going to head directly to the Caspa dragon, and we are going to go this direction. Alright, so with this dragon, don't worry about trying to put a wall up because the wall will not work. So for Alice, she's got that fancy new sword, so I'm going to have her attack. For Meow, yeah, nothing, so let's go to attack, and wind. Attack, wind. Now you see some energy that's starting to dip down. When that happens, we're going to go attack, magic. I'm going to use super heal, attack, magic, wind. Always keep an eye on that health. So, in here, we get the Amber Eye, or Carbuncle Eye it's called in this one, but the Amber Eye, that's going to be an item needed later on, so we need that, of course. There is a chest, if you're playing the regular game, it's probably worth going after in that area that I just bypassed that has 500 Meseta. So again, I do advise going after that if you are playing the regular game, but I'm going to not even bother. Alright, so we are now just going to basically keep following this path along the way here. Oh, crud. Did I did. Hold on a second. Okay. Definitely don't bypass this hidden chest. This we will need for a purchase once we get over to Caspa. Another straight path. Okay, so Caspa is now just basically up ahead. If I'm at the right spot, I hope I'm not getting this wrong. But otherwise, there should be a dragon. Oh, am I in the wrong area? I am. Let me try that. Okay, here we go. There's a hidden wall or a hidden door there, and this is where we fight the red dragon. I'm gonna attack, magic, wall, attack, magic. Oh, I can't use any more magic with him, so I'll just do a regular attack. So if you find yourself low on resources and you need to head to Caspa to heal up, if you do decide to take the dragons this way, oh, wall just disappeared. Go to heal before that. That way you can take him out easier, but I'm not worried about it. But I do realize I haven't saved for a little while. It kind of happens when you're used to playing the game. So again, if you're a novice, make sure you are saving and saving often. Save before you go into a dungeon. Keep a separate save so that you can save while you're in the dungeon. You don't want to find yourself getting stuck in a situation where you get locked up in a dungeon, you have to restart the game. So there's another lightsaber. I'm going to actually end up selling that one. Well, I'll hold on to it for a little while. Because if I am fighting a boss that's just a single boss, it's good to have for Odin to use. Alright, so here we are in Caspa, and let me also do my quick save. And we need to come on down. Oh, you know what? I didn't do this. So here's our map. We're going to end up coming over here to this secondhand shop. One of the main reasons we came here was for the Land Rover. They called the Landmaster here. We're going to buy that. Next thing we need to do is head over into this house, and we're going to talk to this person. He says that he has a hovercraft that he had, and he's wanting to know if we know what it is, of course. Tell him yes, and he tells you then, well, you know what kind of junk it is, and he abandoned one, which is great for us because now we're going to get another vehicle absolutely free. So our next thing that we want to do, make sure you do both of those steps before doing this, but next thing we want to do is we want to go to Magic, Alice, we're going to cast Fly, say hello to Suelo, and head over to Gothic. Haha, there we go again. Alright, this time around, when we exit Gothic, now that we have that awesome new Land Rover, we're going to go ahead and use it. Get out of it. Oh, check that out. Did I? Oh, no, I equipped it. Never mind. I just have some items it looks like that I need to sell off. Alright, so here, we're going to go into the very first house. We're going to search. Hapsby fixed it for us. We're going to... Oh, I thought I ran into an enemy. Alright, we're going to come on down here. Stand by the water and use our hovercraft. Travel to the west till we get to the peninsula. Head south from the cave. We'll go ahead and enter into Draskow. Again, not much to do here. Feel free to talk to people if you would like, but I'm going to go ahead and head on into the warehouse. We're going to make our way through. Again, there's no enemies in here. Buy ourselves a gas mask or gas shield. Go to items. Where is it here? Go to use Alice's magic again. We're gonna fly and visit Swalo yet again. Back in Gothic, we're gonna go hop onto the Lavino. Fly to Uzo once again. Now that I have that gas shield, I don't actually have to worry about equipping it. It's an automatic thing. It's just because I have it, it'll allow me to get through an area that we need it for. So for right now, let's get our Landmaster turned on. Now let's get out of the Landmaster, or Land Rover. Stand by the water. Use the Flowmaster, or whatever, the hovercraft. Out of it. This area is surrounded by gas, very toxic. So like if I was fighting an enemy, you can see that everything's just dead. We're gonna go in here. Not a whole lot to do here as usual. Except we do need to talk to the chief. He asks you for money because, well, they don't have any visitors coming to do anything, so yes, tell him. He gives you a story about Perseus. We're gonna head on over here to the water. Get back onto our hovercraft. Disembark. Come over to this small little cactus right here. Cacti, whatever you want to say. We're going to go to search, and we found the shield. So, let's go ahead and equip that shield to Odin. We don't want to forget to do that. Now, if I've taken significant damage here, I'm going to go ahead and go back to Sophia and heal, you know, in the midst of all that gas. But I've only been hit once, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to just come south of Sophia. There's a little land right down here. Get back out. We're going to head over to Tajima Cave. This is where Tajima, or Tarzamel, Noah's mentor, happens to be training. I don't know what it is with these espers where they just kind of hide away in caves while they hone their magical abilities, I guess. Alright, so in here there's, again, not a whole lot for you to deal with. I will go ahead and show you there is one treasure chest at least that we're going to want to get. If you're playing on the older game, there's actually 3 treasure chests that you'll probably want to get here. But make sure you use that map and that treasure info so you can find out which pieces of treasure are worth your time. Wait a minute. Did I get lost already? I got distracted, I think. Hold on, let me... Okay, no, I know where I'm at. No, I don't. Where am I? Dude, seriously? Alright, hold on. So that's what happens when I start talking. I lose track of where I'm going. I think I know where I was. That's alright. Devil Bat. I like that name better than Owl Bear. Owl Bear just does not make sense for that creature. Maybe Eye Bat, Flying Eye, anything is probably better than Owl Bear. Alright, so this is the first little detour we're going to take. We're going to go... Oh, come on. Of course. Straight through that wall. Unlock this. Grab this treasure chest. Good chunk of change. Back on through to the other side. Again, talk to these dudes. Wow. I'm surprised no enemies have been trying to attack me there. As soon as I say it, they probably will. Maybe not. Interesting. Okay, so from here now, I need to Oh, and I forgot to mention it. It's probably worth mentioning. The strategy guide does mention this. You want to make sure that while you're going through here, you do not want Noah to use any of his magic. The reason for that is he's going to have to take on a battle himself with Tarzamel. So we're going to open this door. I shouldn't need it, but I'm going to do a save. First thing that you want to do is you want to get your magic wall up. Ooh, he missed me good. From there, we're going to use wind. If the wall goes down, generally you want to make sure that you put the wall back up. But if you get his health low enough, you don't need to even waste the magic. Because right now, if the wall goes down, I'm just going to use wind again because he's... Oh, I can't. Well, alright, in that case, I'm going to use fire. There goes the wall. Now I have to resort to regular attacks. He gives me the frayed mantle. We equip it. Use our flute. Get out of there. Alright, so this is where we come to a bit of a crossroads. Let's have Alice get us back to Palmla. Heal up. We can either outright skip this next part and not worry about getting the Lacanian axe, or we can go ahead and get it. Excuse me. Again, the Lacanian axe is not really necessarily even needed. I can equip my laser sword, my second laser sword, to Odin and use that when I need, or I can just keep using my guns, and I generally opt to use my guns. But we are going to, for the sake of this walkthrough, we are going to go ahead and take on Medusa's tower. Alright, so let me go ahead and make this screen a little bit bigger here. Alright, so if you see the highlighted in black area above the maps, entrance floor number 1, the reason for that is we actually have both upper and lower levels. So you see we have entrance floor 1, we've got floor 2, floor 3, and so on, but we also have a sub-floor. Sub-floor, so basement number 1. So you're going to want to watch out for that as we progress further in the strategy guide, because this is going to come up. But if you also see directly above the entrance, it says quickest path to Medusa. That will tell you exactly which direction you need to go to get to Medusa. There's not a whole lot to do in this dungeon, so you are going to want to make sure that you just follow that easiest path, so that way you can just get through it as quick as possible. Whoop. I guess I went the wrong way from what I wanted to do, but... What did I do? Stop talking, pay attention what you do. Oh, I see what I did. Stupid. Alright. So here's what we do. Okay, so from A, we now want to go to E. So we're going to just head forward here until we hit a wall. We're going to turn, head forward until we hit another wall. Go left, hit another wall, go right, wait till we hit another wall. take this path right here, which leads to door E. We're gonna go to F now. I'm getting rather fortunate here. Oh, there. See, as soon as I say it. Okay, good. I was thinking about using... Ooh. Those guys can be pretty rough. Alright, so... we now... And if you see on the map, there's actually a hidden locked door that I just went past. You won't be able to see it unless you look directly at it. There's nothing of use in there anyway, so we're gonna keep going. Oh, nope. Alright, fine. Alright, so again, in this case, you want to make sure your characters are all healed up. We're also going to take the time, let's see, where is it at? Lightsaber. I'm going to equip that to Odin. This is where normally if you're playing the game you want to save it here. I'm gonna actually unlock the door, do a state save. I shouldn't need it, but you just never know. So now with Medusa, we're gonna have Alice cast fire, then we're gonna cast wall, we're gonna attack, and then use wind. That wall up. Now, again, you have to have your magic shield, or not your magic, your mirror shield on here. If you don't, we've already equipped it, but if you don't, you're pretty much destined to lose this battle. It is possible to win without it, but it's very difficult. Wait a minute. I think I may be doing that wrong. I mean, I'm still going to get through it without a problem, but I think she gets rid of that magic wall pretty quick. Yeah, don't worry about using the magic wall. She does get rid of it quick. Anyways, we open it up, and we get our first Locanian item, aside from the pot, that is. Let's go back to items. Let's see, needle gun. Where's my heat gun? There it is. We're going to equip my heat gun back. I'm going to use, no, item, flute. We're going to fly. heal. And let's sell off some items that we don't need. Looks like I haven't done this for a while. There's a lot of items. I'll hold on to that for a little while. All right, let's get into our Land Rover. And back into our hovercraft. We're gonna go just slightly to the north. This is the Forgotten Tower. All right, so the Forgotten Tower, again, it's not a difficult dungeon as long as you have the maps with you. And I'm not gonna blow this map up, but I'll just basically take note. It's kind of the same thing. It gives you instructions on the quickest path. So from the entrance here, we actually want to go to Stairway C, which is this direction. And then, oh, well, I'll kill this one. Okay, and then from Stairway C, we're gonna go to Stairway F. And then from F, of course. All right, we're gonna kill this guy. From Stairway F, we're gonna go to Stairway G. Man, avoiding a lot of that. So am I, though. Wow, even Noah dodged that. That's pretty sad. Alright, so again, we're going to go to G. I'm also thinking about releasing these maps on GameFAQs, since I took the time to build them. I guess it's just another good way to do it. Anyways, so from G, we're going to head to H. take the very first turn that we come to that is not moving straight, basically. Now we are on floor 5. Floor 5 is pretty much a straight shot all the way through. There's going to be one section where you have to make a choice if you're going to go straight or if you're going to turn. When you come to that, just go ahead and take the turn. Now we do have to be careful in running in dungeons like this, because if you end up backing yourself up against a door, you're not going to want to run. I was very close to having to actually fight that beast. Whoop, 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 whoop. Press the right button here. Here comes my turn. Again, it's only one, so I'm going to take him out. It's a lot easier than trying to bother with running. Excuse me. Sorry if you heard me yawn there. Alright, this next door, this is the door right in front of our boss, so I'm going to use my dungeon key. I'm going to do a quick save. I'm also going to... wrong button. Come on, dude. I'm going to go... Did I sell that? No, I still have it. I'm going to equip that back. Wait a minute. What am I doing? Got a Lacanian axe now. Alright, so we are going to use... You know what? I'll have her attack. Meow. Use the wall. Tylon, attack. Magic. Wind. So this is just like the other red dragon. He cannot touch you if you have that wall up. Probably don't need to do this, but I've got the magic, so why not? Okay, so he hit me once. My wall went down at the wrong time, but that's alright. We are good to go. And we procure the Lacanian axe. We are going to go ahead and go to item, Lacanian axe, equip it to Alice. We're going to go to item. Oh, we moved some things. There it is, flute. Get out of here. Oh yeah, and don't forget to get your gun turned back on too. Where's it at? Alright, Alice, fly. And yet again, here we go, heal. Let's go ahead. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Get rid of some of this stuff. Alright, so we've got lightsaber can go. Definitely don't need the flash. This lightsaber can also go. Now here's something I could have also done a little while back. Sometimes I forget to do it because I'm not strictly focused on it. But as soon as you get the Lavino, if you go and talk to one of the guards at a spaceport, they'll actually take your passports from you, clearing up an additional item slot in your inventory. One thing I should have also checked before doing this. Let me just take a peek. Don't need to. Alright, so before doing this step, you are going to want to make sure that you have at least 12,000 Masada. But since I have over 12,000 as it is, we are going to go ahead and continue on. And we are going to fly to Skewer. They call it Scray in this. Interesting. Scray. Or Skewer, sorry. Going to Dozoris. And first thing we do, we're going to go ahead and go right on into this dungeon. Well, it's really not a dungeon, but it's another passage that's going to lead to the city. There was a hidden passage towards where I entered in. If you want to pick up 500 Masada, again, take a look at the map. But I'm not worried about it because it's not something that, well, that I really have to worry about. So we're going to go into the first shop here, which is our armory. We are going to purchase a laser gun. We're going to purchase the animal glove. Now, one thing I did not account for. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and purchase this wand. Wait, did I purchase one or two of them? Only one. Okay, hold on. Let's get the animal glove equipped to Meow. Laser gun equipped to Odin as usual. Go to the item, Psycho Wand, equip. To Lutz, Noah. But I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to pop back in here. I'm going to buy an additional wand, and we'll show you why a little bit later. I still need 12,000. I can't believe I did that. So let's... Nope. Magic Alice Troop. So I needed... I don't remember exactly how much money to buy all those items that I just bought, plus 12,000. Because I still need to purchase the next vehicle. So we're going to take some time, do some grinding here. Now that I have the laser gun, I will be actually taking 20 hit points off per enemy. That is definitely a very much needed upgrade in attack for him. So this really is not going to take too long at all. Playing on the original game, yes, it will take some time. Now, you don't get as much money from the Fishman as you do from fighting the werebats, but generally I stick to this because it still ends up being a quicker venture, mainly because anytime you fight anything here on the beach, it's always going to be the fish man. Whereas you might end up running into the stupid winged eyes instead, down in the forest of Epi. Again, this will also push me towards my goal of needing to be level 24 before heading into Bay of Malay. Giving me Bearman to fight. Come on, man. Give me the good mounts. I mean, that's a quick battle, but still I prefer fighting a horde of these things. Or since they're fishman, would I call it a school of fishman? Horde still sounds better. Now, with my waypoints, I guess since I've got some time to talk here at the churches, oftentimes I keep it in Caminite, as you've seen me do. I could actually set it to Gothic if I really wanted to, because that's my main thoroughfare. I have to go through there just about every time I go somewhere. It probably would be quicker, but the reason I keep it in Caminite is so that I have a place that I can also heal real quick without having to spend any money. That's really just an optional thing, though. I mean, if you run into a situation where you lose one of your characters in battle, you're going to want to visit a church as soon as you can anyways. But then you'll end up having to walk all the way back, or, you know, using your Levino to fly back. But I'm not too worried about that personally. Let's see where we're at. I should be getting pretty close. Okay. About 4,000 more. Oh, I just noticed that there were some people in the chat. I apologize. By the way, thank you so much for that guide. I mean, I'll try to respond back to you if I get a chance to. But if you're still on the stream watching right now, thank you. Yeah, I really have enjoyed going through and making this. see there are a few people in the chat right now. Oh, you are still there. Good. Yeah, this part right here, you know, I don't know what it is about grinding in the first Phantasy Star game, but I never have really been bothered with grinding in the first Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star 2, grinding just, well, grinds my gears. I kind of lost track about where I was, so let's see. That's close enough. I can get going. Let's fly. Sorry, I had not noticed your chat there, mainly because I had my strategy guide up on the screen most of the time while playing this, so that way I can get through those dungeons without an issue. The dungeons are torture, you know, not only the dungeons, but the overworld. Whoever it was that designed the overworld was, I don't know, they I think purposefully did it the way they did to try to extend the gameplay as much as they could. Same thing with the dungeons. It's just horrible the way they had designed it. Alright, so we're going to head south here. We're going to go into our first Azorian cave, which is a real simple cave. Actually, a lot of the Azorian caves are. There's a couple of them that they try tripping you up a little bit, but this was mostly just a way to get you through the planet. I think, again, maybe they were running out of space on the cartridge, and, you know, you can't have a full-fledged planet like you did with Palmla, but here they just kind of put you through a series of caves for the most part. There's only 2 towns in the entire planet, but if you think about a frozen planet, you're probably not going to have very many people living there anyways. So we exit out here, we go into the next one. See if it'll let me. Yep. This one doesn't even have any treasure chests. Oh, look at that, right by the gate, so I can't even run from him. Have quite a bit of hit points too. I mean, obviously it's not going to be a problem because they miss me most of the time with all the strength and armor that I have right now, but it just can be a hassle sometimes once you get into the higher levels and you just don't want to fight anymore. Alright, we're going to head north a little bit more, head into the next cave. Even easier. Now here we could run into some dragons. Generally, I was gonna say generally I advise equipping Odin with his Lacanian axe, but we're gonna try running. Very good. All right, now we're gonna head off to the east. No, I do still need a little bit more money, so maybe I should kill a few more things. Nah, I don't feel like fighting you. Oh, is that what your name means? See, I was looking at that and I didn't want to offend you in any way by pronouncing it wrong. Elucidus, I'm assuming, is what it is. So that means frost dragon, or is the name of a frost dragon. Alright, so we're going to head on into Twin Town Passage. This is a straight path that will bring us directly to the second town in Dazorus. Let me also check my Masada reserves. Okay, yep, we're good there. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, again, I didn't have my chat up. I had... Ooh, hi there. Oh, I should also show you this real quick. Alright, so if you get into a situation where you're in a fight with enemies, the reason I had purchased that extra Psycho Wand, or Wand as it's called in the regular game, have every character... You only need one to actually do it, but have every character... Where'd it go? There it is. Have every character go to Item... and use that wand. So what's going to happen? The first person to attack lets you run away every single time. Unless you are backed up against a wall or a door or something, you'll run every time. It's awesome. Alright, so we're going to head over here. We're going to purchase what we came for. The Ice Digger, or Ice Decker as it's called here. Sometimes what I end up doing is actually flying back to Palmlaw instead of hoofing it back through these caves, but it just kind of depends on my mood. Right now I just feel like taking the path. This actually will probably take a little bit less time, but my characters are also quite strong at the moment, so I'm not too worried about going through these caves. That definitely is one of the nice things about this hacked version. But I don't know. I guess it takes a little bit out of it. But again, for people who have not played this game before, this would definitely be the way you'd want to go. Either that or maybe playing it on the Switch where everything gets mapped out for you. I really like that function. Wow, dude. Of course. Oh yeah, what's the question about the weapons there? Well, yeah, and that's just it. The Lacanian axe, I have found is pretty much useless, especially when you are fighting the bosses. Well, not the little bosses, but as you get to fight Lassig or Lashik, whatever you want to call them, as well as why am I wanting to call him Darth Maul? My goodness, why is my brain not pulling it up? Dark Force, Dark Falls. It's so much easier just to use the laser gun. It's gonna have a slightly lower amount of damage, but the chances of hitting with the Lacanian axe, especially on those bosses, is slim to none. So it's much better just to keep the laser gun on, because it actually functions like a proper weapon. I mean, you're gonna hit every single time without having to worry about all the misses that you do. So it is more worth it to keep the laser on for most of the game. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and equip my ice digger. Now we're heading to the morgue. Wow, I should have just attacked him since it was only one. Really? Nice. I love those big creatures. That was one of the things that drew me in so much with the Phantasy Star games. That's another thing that 2 really messed up on. Alright, so here in the Goron morgue, excuse me, we need to just make our way through until we find the treasure chest. Let's go up here. This is a very quick dungeon. Probably utilize that wand a lot more later on. But again, I've got enough health right now, I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, so meow, untrap. And again. Huh. I thought that one was trapped. Alright, so let's go to Lacanian armor. We're going to equip that to look. Oh, no, I got that backwards, didn't I? What? Oh, I got names confused. That's what it is. See, I'm so used to playing with the US names. Alright. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. Did that literally just happen? That was weird. Yes, I completely agree. I think they should have done a little bit something more. Maybe even putting a bullet in their head. Oh, yeah, I don't have the chat up on the screen, so I better explain that. Elucidus had said, I really feel that the Dazorians should have done a better job in prepping their dead. No, that fight was just a fluke. I've never seen it where you use your flute to escape and then you fight a battle. That has never happened to me. I'm glad it kind of got captured on video because that was strange. All right, so let's turn on. Where are you at? Ice Digger. All right, so our next place, we have to go to a small little cave. The easiest cave out of all of them here in Dazorius. digger again. Now we're going to go ahead and head over to Dazorian Cave 6. This is where the Lacanian Shield is held. Alright, and for any of you who've played this game before, you know that this guy is lying. I'm not going to even bother messing with that. Let's see, C to E. I got lost. C to E, B, C. Oh, I see. F, E, B, no. Well, see, that's what I get. I got lost. That's alright. This is pretty much just going to be a straight shot all the way through. Until we get to some of the bigger areas. Now, there is not a real boss, but there is one. Is it this area? Make sure I'm in the right spot here. Just gonna retrace my steps real quick here, sorry. Let's see, dungeon, no. This is south. Oh, crud, what did I do? Ah, now I see where I was at. Dang nabbit. Alright, I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention here. And let's pull out... Where's my flute at? Where's my stupid flute? There it is. That sucked. Ah! Seriously? At least it let me run. Hold on, let me get my bearings here. So J around to K. Where are you? There it is. Okay, my goodness. See, even with the map, I'm getting lost here. Yep, I'm in the wrong spot. This is the treasure chest, I think. Ooh, not taking the chance on that one. Where are you at here? I am lost. I can't believe this. I keep doing that. Facing south. Okay. Really? Dang. Alright, got my bearings back. So N goes to O. You would. And it would figure that he would still be in the hallway. I know, only makes sense. I'm gonna go to P. Gonna have to kill these guys. I'm not taking any more chances on that. Okay, so this one is trapped. Gonna equip that to Alice. And use our magic flute. Where are you at? Down here. Alright. So now this is basically the final stretch of the game here. We're going to go ahead and just hop back in to our ice decker. And here's the dungeon with one of my favorite musics now. Oh, come on. Really, dude? I'm gonna also, I think, do some healing real quick. Alright, so this one is also a pretty straightforward dungeon. I mean, there are a lot of twists and turns, don't get me wrong, but as far as being able to get through this dungeon, if you have the map, it's not even a confusing dungeon at all. And on the 4th floor here, this is literally a straight shot, just winding around, taking up the entire possibility of the map. Those guys can be pretty rough too if you get stuck not being able to run from them. Their magic's pretty powerful. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get the torch here. We have to use our dungeon key. Trades me. And we out. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead. Instead of walking all the way back, we'll do this. And I do that mainly so I don't have to deal with all the enemies, not to mention heal up all my health and everything, but it causes us to have to go through a couple of caves, but it saves us from going through even more caves. So a little backtracking would have been actually a little bit longer of a trip, I believe. Really? I should have just killed these things. Ah! Alright, now here's where I kind of do some things out of order of the strategy guide, because if I fly back, I generally just do this. Whatever. Nah. Good. There was just too many of them. I didn't want to have to mess with all that. Okay. Hi. Bye. Alright, let's get back in that ice digger. Oh my gosh, Earthbound, that was amazing. You just pop in there, it's like, okay, yeah, we know you're gonna win this, so get into that battle and it's just automatic win. Yeah, I loved it. That's another game that I need to play through, is I've never finished the third Earthbound game. I actually bought a reproduction of that one on cartridge and got the strategy guide for that one as well. There was some company, I can't remember who it was, but somebody who had created a strategy guide for that even before it was even localized in the United States. Well, I say localized, hacked. Actually, I could be wrong. I think they hacked it first, but that was before they were doing reproduction stuff on Game Boy Advance. Let's see how many Titans I'm going to have to fight here. I'm going to put my bet on 2 Titans. Yep, 2. Alright. So let's see. We'll use attack. I don't think wall does anything, does it? I don't remember. I'm gonna do it anyways. Yep, does nothing. Yeah, my strategy guide actually, it says to use normal attack. See, if I would have read it, that would have reminded me. There we go. Alright, so there's the arrow prism. Get out of there with the flute. Fly back. Let me find out where my characters are all at here. 22, 22, 21, and probably what, 20? 19, alright. So, I think I should be safe enough for now to make my first venture through Bay Malay. And then I may have to end up earning some more experience here. Oh, crud. Nope, I can't. Oh, I do have it. Okay, he must get it at 19. I was thinking it was 20. So yeah, level 19, you have the ability to use magic to unlock doors. So, making the way through Bay Malay prison here, you're going to end up coming across a robot cop. Now, this robot cop will ask you if you have your road pass. In this case, you're going to want to tell him no, otherwise he will throw you into jail. So, tell him no and just kill him. Really? I knew I was going to be able to run from that one. Now, in this dungeon, I could go fight the second Dr. Matt if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to bother with that. let's go ahead and utilize our ability to fly over this stuff or float over it. Alright, so the main idea here is when in Bea Malay, it's best to actually do this in 2 trips. So the first trip here, we need to have Lutz use his magic ability. Alright, so I need to, let's see here, I need to go A, B, C, D, so entrance. Now, if you can see that tiny map on your screen, again, I'm just following the instructions to what doors I need to be going through. And I had better be paying attention here to my map rather than talking, so I will be silent probably for a little while because I definitely don't want to get lost in this dungeon. Okay, so A... straight shot. D is basically a straight shot. Gonna end up coming across a chest up here, which is trapped. It's also not worth even picking up. Three yeses and 2 no's will do it. Now it gave me the crystal, so we need to now, nope, use the flute. Oops. Go back in. Now I need to go to E, F, G. E is down in the corner, yeah. Really do need to fight some monsters, so come on, give me some of those so I can earn some experience here. So E, F, and then G. This one's not going to hurt me, so I'll go ahead and open this. Oh, well, that's interesting. Wonder if the hacked version had some changes to it. I definitely don't want to mess with this guy. Really? I label that wrong? Did I just find something that I need to correct? Give me 1 second here. She goes down. Oh, I see what it is. It's because of me being old and not being able to read as well. I was looking at something wrong. It's probably what happened in the last dungeon, too. Oops. Oh well. That's what I came for anyways. Do I want to drop something? Yes. Don't mess that up, guys. Let's go get out of this place. So I'm definitely going to have to offload some of my items here. Huh. Thought I'd sold that heat gun already. A lot of useless items. Now comes the fun part of getting my characters up to level 24. I could go higher, but 24 should be safe. Yeah, dude. I think it was probably about a year ago or so when I started noticing that I had to use reading glasses. I haven't actually gotten around to actually buying them yet. I've been trying to do alternative methods. Even my iPhone, I had to increase the amount of font size so that I can read it properly. It really sucks. But it's a part of getting older, I guess. Well, I guess while I am kind of doing some of this grinding here, I'll flip to... Oh, I've done some changes since my last video anyways, as far as the inventory, your items and your weapons and that sort of thing, giving a little bit of a splash of color and flavor to it, and it makes it easier to find the information that you're needing. The bestiary guide, I haven't really made too many changes. There was some errors that I had in here that I have corrected. Actually, my 7-year-old son found one of the errors, which was pretty awesome. He was looking through it, and right here on eFarmer, I had Oh, you know what? Let me do this. On eFarmer, I actually had his item listed as Lacanian Pot, because of course I did him directly after making Dr. Matt. I forgot to take that off. My son's like, you can get the Lacanian Pot from the eFarmer? I was like, oh my goodness. Glad he was looking through it, because otherwise I may have missed that in the final book. So, I mean, there are chances that I'm still going to have some errors in this book. I definitely don't claim to be perfect. And being one person doing this, it's not going to be a surprise if there are some more errors. But I've gone through it many times, hoping that I was able to actually locate everything that I could. And hoping that there are no more errors. But I know there's going to be something in there, something somewhere. Who knows, maybe if I do decide to do the other Phantasy Stars, that maybe I can get other people included, especially when it comes to like Phantasy Star 2, the artwork. There's a specific artist that I've seen do some work that just, their art looks so close to the original Phantasy Star 2 stuff that I would love it if they would do the artwork for the book. I haven't approached them. I don't feel I'm in any position to even do so right now. I don't even know if I'm going to do the book, but it would be pretty awesome if they did. But again, this was a labor of love. It's not something that I'm looking to make money off of, whereas most artists, they are wanting, to have a paid commission. And it's just not something that I'll be in a financial position to be able to offer to someone either. Over here with the shellfish, the in-game, as you know, they barely come out of their shell. This image that this is based off of is actually some beta images that I found for the game. I guess it must have been character design and that sort of thing. I thought it looked really cool, so I went ahead and used that instead of doing it as a sketch like the image that I found. I went ahead and drew it out. Added color and that sort of thing, but I think it's neat to be able to see the creature inside the shell. Also, the Caspa Dragon. Let me look at that real quick. So I put it as BL Dragon. I don't know if that was supposed to be blue, like the blue slime, but I went ahead and made him black because the white dragon back here, even in-game, has kind of a blue look to him. So even though it was called a white dragon, I always felt that he was a little bit more of a bluer color. And the Caspa dragon, it was hard to tell. He was kind of a blue color, but I always thought that it was supposed to be a black dragon. Anyways, I went with what I thought. Sorry, I'm just going back to the comments real quick here. Yeah, actually, my son, for a couple of years now, since he's been watching me play Phantasy Star, he has really gotten hooked on it. Like, anytime I turned Phantasy Star on, no matter where he was at in the house, he would come running. And he would just sit there and watch me play Phantasy Star, and he would ask me questions as we went along. And it wasn't up until this year that he decided that he wanted to start taking it on himself. I actually suggested that he played the Switch version because of how friendly it is. He started playing that one, but then he quickly switched off of it because he wanted the full experience, which I found really interesting as a 7-year-old. So getting your 8-year-old to play through Dragon Warrior, that's awesome. Dragon Warrior was one of my first RPGs. Ys on my old PC, it was an old EGA computer, was the first RPG that I ever played. Phantasy Star was my second, and Dragon Warrior was the third. I can't remember if I beat Dragon Warrior before I had actually beaten Phantasy Star or not, but the book that they gave out with the Nintendo Power really helped a lot with getting me through the Dragon Warrior game. So again, going back to Phantasy Star, there was so little out there for people, no references and that sort of thing, except for that one issue of GamePro that I came across in 1989 that kind of gave me a little extra push towards completing it. And even then it was difficult because, as you know, when you get to the very last area, that hidden door, you kind of fall down. And I remember this as a kid, falling down in the governor's mansion. And basically you just have to walk around in a circle. There's no way out. I thought I was, that I was lost and that I didn't know what to do, but little did I know there's a hidden door in there that leads you to the final boss. So as far as how the art was made, what I actually did was I took the sprites of the game. I downloaded the sprites. I didn't capture those all myself, but I downloaded sprites from different resources on the internet, and I uploaded them into my iPad. And then I used my Apple Pencil and went through and just completely redrew them from scratch. I figured that would look better than just having the blocky sprites, because again, that's kind of what they would have done back in the late 80s, early 90s. They would have kind of a nice a nice illustration to represent the characters or to represent the enemies in the game, usually doing it with more traditional methods, either colored pencil or watercolor, that sort of thing. But I did it on the iPad, and then after drawing it on the iPad, I imported it over to my PC and applied a filter to it to make it look like it was actual colored pencil. I haven't found an effective way to make my illustrations on the iPad look like real colored pencil yet, so that's the direction that I went with that. So you did Dragon Warrior, Final Fantasy, then Phantasy Star 2. Exodus, I remember playing Exodus. I really was not a fan of that. I never finished it. Before Phantasy Star 2, okay, don't think that I beat any of them till it was a few years after I got them. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the way it was with RPGs back in the day, especially when you didn't have any resources to help you out, trying to slog through some of the earlier RPGs and actually decipher the clues and try to get your way through. It was really difficult back in the day. I mean, games like Final Fantasy X, for instance. I mean, that game pretty much held your hand the whole way. It was a very linear experience. Final Fantasy VI, on the other hand, was much more difficult, especially with that open world that they had. It was like you had nowhere, you just didn't know where to go. But with that, of course, I had the Nintendo Power strategy guide. Phantasy Star 2 is like a decade later. Phantasy Star 2, again, we've already kind of talked about that, but that one was one of the worst designs. They wanted to trip people up, and they wanted to make it difficult. Even with the strategy guide that came with the game here in the US, was not a huge help. The maps, they were there, but they didn't tell you where the warps, or whatever you want to call them, went to. It was just so random. It was a pain in the butt. But yeah, Final Fantasy X being super linear, but I absolutely adored that game. Final Fantasy VII, or 6, was kind of my favorite for a very long time. Then 7 became my favorite, and then 10 became my favorite. But my all-time favorite RPG is still Phantasy Star 1. Oh, you know what? Why don't I do this? Sorry about leaving that up. I just got into talking, not even realizing that was still on the screen. Not like there's much to look at right now anyways, just sitting here fighting the Fishman. I always want to call them fishmen. I don't know if that would be proper. That was another thing that I struggled with when doing this book. When I mentioned to go fight Fishman, it sounds like it should be fishmen, just because the way the English language works. I guess either way it wouldn't have truly mattered. Yeah, a lot of people tell me that Final Fantasy IV was their favorite. I mean, and I do see it as being a really good game. I never got into it quite as much as I did Final Fantasy VI, though. First time that I played Final Fantasy VI, I had actually rented that game from a local video rental place, and I played it non-stop, basically, until I had to get it back that whole weekend. I went near 48 hours without sleep because I just wanted to keep playing that game. I rented it again later and my game was erased, so I just ended up buying it after that so I wouldn't have to do it again. I still have at least 3 or 4 more levels to go for Noah. You know, and I guess when it comes to Final Fantasy IV, I guess since I didn't play that one until quite a bit later because of the whole debacle with Square not releasing it in the United States until later, I'll bet that's probably why I gravitated towards 6 much more, because the nostalgia of everything kind of hitting me. It was a good game, but Final Fantasy VI just resonates with me still to this day. Oh, definitely. As far as that sense of despair that you're talking about, Final Fantasy VI, I loved it. I mean, Zelda kind of did that as well on the Super Nintendo. You know, you feel like you're almost, you know, getting good towards the end. I mean, you get the Master Sword and you're ready to take on the world, and then all of a sudden you find out that there's a whole nother world that you have to go through. Final Fantasy VI was kind of like that for me, and then once that world of ruin opened up, it was like you had a whole nother game in front of you, and you had so much more that you had to do. Wonderful game. I mean, that one probably, I don't remember exactly, but I'm guessing is probably about a 40 to 60 hour game on a regular playthrough. When was it 2020 or 2020? I think it was 2020 when that hit, and the whole COVID thing, I ended up going through Phantasy Star 6 again. I've only beaten that game now probably about 6 times. I've played it way more than 6 times and started new games way more than 6 times, but it is a long game. Here. I'm gonna pull up my book page and scroll on up, find out what my experience is needed here. I'm looking at 19,500 if I want to just go to 24, which is probably what I'll do. I should, like I said, have no problem at that point. We'll see where we're at. So I'm at level 21 right now with 15,000. Yeah, what did I say? Oh, oofda. Yeah, this is gonna be a little while here. when I started making this visual strategy guide, I guess you can say, for YouTube, I did a playthrough and recorded the whole thing, and I was at like, I don't know, 10 hours or something like that. But it was nice, so I was able to actually fast forward through moments like these instead of making the viewer sit there and watch. But I've always wanted to kind of just sit down and play through the game straight. And I figure if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it as a live playthrough, because that will encourage me to keep going rather than to pause and come back later. Okay, so you said, I feel like Final Fantasy Star 4, where the RPG really transitioned from mazes and grindfest to exploring new worlds, areas, and more expansive stories and character development. Yeah, 4 was amazing. Phantasy Star 4 did a great job of keeping your attention. That was the problem with Phantasy Star 2 and 3 for me. My attention was just not there. The storyline was still kind of convoluted in Phantasy Star 4, and then the idea of having to walk around basically an island. It's supposed to be the world, but it's basically one giant island, and having to navigate through those trenches and finding the bridges and things to get across. It was just stupid. It did not feel natural whatsoever. Phantasy Star 3 moved away from the grindfest, but they maintained the minimal character development and less world building than its predecessors. Yeah, I haven't gone very far into into Phantasy Star 3, so I really can't speak on that much. I got so bored right at the beginning of the game that I gave up on it. But I feel, if they were to make Phantasy Star today, like the first one, they could have done so much better with the story progression and talk a little bit more about what's going on, with this cult that kind of pops up that the Sheik falls into, where most of the storyline really came from the book itself. Yeah, you get a few bits and pieces of it as you're playing the game, but nothing like what they could do today. Now, on the PlayStation 2, they did try to expand on that a little bit, but the PlayStation 2 version of Phantasy Star Generation 1, I'm really not a fan of. Some of the graphical elements I really did love. I did not like the design of the monsters in the game. There were a few of them that I didn't mind so much, but most of them were just ugly. I hated the 3D dungeons in that game. It felt like a step down from the Master System version, which was really sad. And it was one of those things that I was looking forward to when it was supposed to come out in the US. I was, ready to pre-order it and, get it going. And then it got canceled for the United States, or maybe they were never even planning on releasing it. I don't know. But yeah, the PS2 version of Generation 1 was just not fun. There were some elements that they added into it that I really did love, but the changes that they made, I didn't like it. Oh, so yeah, so that's how I feel about the PS2 version. I do have a physical copy of it. The first time I played through it, though, was on emulation. But I wanted to have a physical copy of it in my collection. I've got quite a few Phantasy Star games that I can't play since I basically don't know any Japanese whatsoever. I mean, I do recognize some kanji, but it's literally like super limited. My daughter, on the other hand, she's self-taught. Well, I say self-taught, but using the internet to learn Japanese, katakana and kanji. She's really done very well with learning that. I wish I would have been that geared to do something like that when I was younger. I think she started teaching herself French even back when she was like 7 years old. Yeah, the characters definitely did have a lot more individuality, that's for sure. as far as music goes, of course, I do prefer the PSG music on the Sega Master System as opposed to the FM like we're listening to right now. But I think a lot of that has to do with, again, nostalgia and what I'm used to. It was kind of like going and watching Akira, for instance. I'm sure you've probably seen that movie before, but the original version of Akira, I watched that so many times, and when they finally released it on DVD, and they ended up doing a reworking where they reworked the script and had new actors work out all the voice acting, I could not watch it. I could not stand hearing the wrong voices or even the wrong words, because you watch something so much, you get so used to it. You're just not used to seeing that or hearing the changes in this case. Yeah, as far as physical stuff goes, I still am into very physical things. I have been offloading a lot of my collection just because I have way too much. I got rid of my Neo Geo stuff for the most part. I still have some of it, but with that, I was able to buy a motorcycle, so I wasn't displeased. But in the process, over the many years, I got rid of some of my Phantasy Star stuff, and I ended up buying it back again. Yeah, just disappointed that, I got rid of something that I was so interested in. Even if it was stuff that I wasn't playing, I would like to kind of do a display, or even like a shadow box with some of this stuff. So you have 1 through 4 US and Japan. Now, for the Japanese versions, I have the Genesis version of Phantasy Star 1. I don't have the Mark III version. I do have End of the Millennium, the Japanese version, as well as the 1 through 4 on the Master System / Genesis, of course, with each of those. I've got, I don't know, a few Vita games, a few PSP games, a few PlayStation games, a few, or PlayStation 2, I should say. What's that called? The Xbox, Dreamcast. Yeah, so I've got a few of them. Oh yeah, I have my original Phantasy Star collection for the Game Boy Advance that I purchased when I was working at GameStop way back when it came out. And I did also purchase the Saturn version, mainly just because at the time it was so cheap. I think I ended up getting the full boxed version, really good condition too, for only about $30, $35, somewhere in there. Haven't been able to play it, but I have popped it into my Polymega just to kind of take a look at it. Looks like I need to do some healing here. No. Untrap nothing. Yeah, I mean, I definitely liked the idea of the Saturn version. I mean, for its time, it was great. I mean, it had its downfalls. The emulation was not great, and it was very noticeable, unfortunately. You could see it in the colors and hear it in the sound. But for back in the day, I'm sure it was beyond amazing, and I love that they included commercials into it, making it a collection rather than just throwing the ROMs on a disc and saying, hey, there you go, kind of like with what Nintendo did with the Super Mario Anniversary, what was that, on the Wii, when they threw Super Mario All-Stars on a disc and called it good. That was just stupid. Huh. I've never heard about that website. I'm gonna maybe even have to hunt that down and see if I can find anything on that. Okay, there's Meow, another level. So let me check, find out where Lutz is, or Noah is at. 23. Ah, we're getting there. Shouldn't be too long, and I'll start moving on towards Last Sheik. So when it comes to Phantasy Star, I am more opt to using the US names, again, mainly because that's what I'm used to. What about you? When you're talking about the characters, do you often end up reverting to their Japanese names, or do you end up using the US names? Okay, so I'm not the only one. I do notice a lot, like in the forums and what do you call that, in the Discord, a lot of times people use the Japanese names. Yeah, that one trips me up quite a bit, as it did. That's why I started thinking about it. But the Lutz name instead of Noah. Thailand. Now that one, I don't think I ever referred to him. I usually call him Odin. Alyssa, I might slip up on that from time to time, but not usually. The one thing of Phantasy Star that bugs me is the magic names. The US ones, at least they made sense, but when you start getting into Foy and I don't know, some of the other ones, it kind of trips me up. Sack. Res, stuff like that. I have to kind of reprogram my brain. Unless I'm playing Phantasy Star Online, I kind of got used to the magic names in that one. Yeah, I'll still end up calling techniques magic. I think even when I play PSO, I'll call it magic. But, I mean, I understand why Sega went that route. I mean, they wanted to do something different from the very beginning. So it just, I guess, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm glad that they went with more of a sci-fi feeling to separate themselves. Sorry, I keep having people pop into the room to try to ask me questions, and that distracts me a little bit. So if my brain seems to go into a holding pattern, a loading screen, I apologize in the middle of a conversation like that. Yeah, I wondered about that myself, considering the second game being 1,000 years later. I'm not quite sure how all that works. Okay, he's level 24. I'm gonna go ahead and... Whoops. Fly back here. And, you know, when you think of, I guess, magic users or wizards, you kind of have that... Oops, I'm in the wrong spot. You have that idea that they might be very old. Now, I'm not sure how aging works when it comes to Phantasy Star, because obviously Noah still looks very young in the second one, whereas his mentor in this game looks very old. So I wonder how old he actually is. Alright, let me get my map pulled back up here. Ah, really? Again, anyone who might be using this, remember you always tell that robot place, the robot cop, no, so that way he doesn't throw you in jail. If you want to experience it, go ahead and tell him yes, and you'll just have to follow the map on how to get out of the holding cell. It is interesting. And I like how they actually use the exit where you can only get through it in one way. Like they have the hallways connected to the exact same exit. It's really interesting. Ah, you would. It's alright, I've got that laser gun. Take all these guys out. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Is he... Whoop, wrong way. Was he, like, frozen? Was he in sleep? Or is he just a clone? Because they do a lot of the cloning in that one, too. What? Let me run. Come on. One HP. Not bad. Oh! You know what I just realized? Crap. Alright, let me run from this guy first. How much money do I have? I maxed out. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take one extra detour here. Probably don't need to do this, but just for the sake of the strategy guide, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Oop. You know, I'm gonna try one more thing too. I've never actually tried doing this before. Let me first of all equip this. It does let me buy a passport. I've always wanted to try that. I just never actually gotten around to doing it. Buying a passport over here is not... I've never done it before. Anyways, we're gonna fly back here. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's... Using the hovercraft to get over lava is just awesome. I don't remember the first time that I realized that you could even do that. But as I mentioned earlier in this stream, you may have not been on yet, one thing that I learned from putting this book together was that you could actually use the compass to get your bearings in a dungeon. I had never used the compass except for to get through Epi Forest. I didn't know that it had any other function, so I thought that was pretty cool. I still love how smooth this looks. This is just amazing. just light years beyond the competition back in 1987. I don't believe you can sell the gas mask. I think it tells you that you cannot, if I remember correctly. Actually, I guess one way to find out, let me try this real quick. I'm going to see if I can drop it. I mean, you should be able to consider you can just go back and buy another one. Unless it's the only one. Where's it at here? Ah, look at that. I wonder if it would let you sell it then. If you can drop it, you probably can sell it. Oh, that's what your comment says too, yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's where Dr. Matt is at. I don't want to go that way. Oh, wait, no. All right. I thought that I have tried selling it before. Oh, you know what? No, I think that was the Land Rover. I think I was trying to offload all the things that I didn't think I would need, like the, not the Land Rover, but the, oh, what do you call that stupid thing? The ice digger. But it won't let you. Whoa! Hold up. Oh, here I am talking about that. And, oh, it's not gonna let me, is it? That was stupid. Nah. Come on, dude. One more try. So I need to go to E, which again is in the corner, I believe. Yep. I'm gonna start resorting to this. H. Let's see. So it's down a floor. Here I go with my eyes again. Hold on, floor 2. H. H, there it is. You gotta be kidding me, come on. Okay, so I to J. Oh good, he didn't use magic. J to K. K to L. Really? See, this is also one of the reasons why I generally play the dungeons backwards, so I don't have to keep doing that. Dang. Of course you would. Ah, wrong button. Haha. Ah, I get hit this time. Nope. Let's take it the safe way. It probably would have let me escape that time. Alright. So L to M. Where's M? Oh, there it is. Dang. Really? Man, I am not having any luck whatsoever with getting away from these things. I do wish there was a function that lets you rearrange your items in any way that you wanted. Okay. Where was I? L to M, that's where I'm at, and then to N. no, no, no. Let's see, P to Q. Where's Q? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait, yes. Alright, so gotta make sure we get rid of this trap. Oh yeah, I absolutely love kind of the fan service that they did in Phantasy Star 4 by adding in a whole bunch of that stuff once again. Alright, I haven't done a save for a while. Definitely don't want to mess this part up. So we use the crystal. Wait, was it the crystal? No. Oh, there it is. Use the prism to reveal the sky castle, or the air castle, whatever you want to call it. And then I have to use my nuts, or berries in the hacked version. And also the muscat in Phantasy Star 4. That was another thing I thought was pretty cool. Throwing that giant winged muscat in there. Wants to stay alive, doesn't he? Just keep attacking this boss. As you can see, he keeps trying to heal, but for the most part, he really can't do much damage if you have all of your equipment that you need and your good amount of levels here. Wow, usually he doesn't do this much healing though. Wow, dude. I should have equipped... You know what? Actually, now that he did that huge hit, I'll go ahead and do that real quick, because I forgot to equip... Yeah, that should go down a little bit easier now, I guess. Is he gonna heal this time around? We'll see. Oh, I shouldn't have said nothing. No, come on. Just die. Alright. So on this spread here, I actually put the entrance on the right-hand spread. You may be able to see it there. I guess the reason I did that is because of going into subfloors. I was hoping that it wasn't going to confuse anyone, but that's also why I put the kind of bold background on there. Alright, so... before I forget, I better switch this back. No! Where'd it go? Am I blind? There it is. This dungeon I always thought was rather odd. I guess it is probably quite confusing, but... Oh, gosh. That hurt. That hurt. I should have... Dang it. Alright. I got to, right now. So using regular saves if you're playing on the Master System is what you're supposed to be doing between each of these levels, just to make sure that you're not wasting away any of your hit points in cases like that. That was awful. I hope that's not going to cost me. You can even do extra saves as you go along. Come on. Switch weapons again. Dang. Well, that should be about the same amount of damage anyway. Come on. Oh, yeah, as far as the Gold Dragon fight goes, I have actually had that happen to me. So yeah, it does suck. And for those who can't read the comment later on, if Meow dies during the Gold Dragon fight, that's why I saved before it, because if he dies, it's game over. Basically, Meow falls out of the sky and everybody dies. Again, nice attention to detail there. If I remember correctly, the Sheik is not too difficult to fight, so I should be able to get past that, even though I messed up back there. Ooh, I better save it. Nope. It's very cheesy doing this, but I used to do it on the Master System as well. Alright, so let's do a quick save here. We're going to eat some hamburgers. Well, they're not hamburgers in this one, but... let's see here. 2, 8, 2, 8. Okay. That's it. Oh, what weapon do I have on? Laser gun. Okay, good. Alright, so we'll use fire, attack, magic, wind. So the basic idea is just using attack the whole way, but if people start getting down, you gotta have Meow use heal on them. Looks like one more round should do it. I'm still gonna have Meow use heal though, just to be on the safe side. Oh, that's alright. I should have also bought a trancer before coming here. There's a possibility of getting yourself stuck, which is never good. That's last one. Yep. Alright, we're headed back to Matavia here. Oh, and I still... No, I did switch it. Headed back to Matavia here. We gotta go visit with the governor. He had previously asked us to come and visit with him once we take Lassic down, and in this case, of course, we're going to find out that the governor is not even in his mansion. So we fly to Uzo, we get into our Land Rover. Where are you, Land Rover? There you go, Landmaster. Roll it. Paseo. I said parola, didn't I? Paseo. Goodness gracious. One last sleep just to make sure. I think I might have gotten hit. I don't remember. This time I'm going to remember to do my saves. So just to kind of give you an idea, what I would normally do when I'm playing on the Sega Master System. Ooh, not like that. Go into save, regular slot, continue on. Stop, save. Because you need to conserve as much energy as possible when headed to Dark Falls. Then you hit that reset button if you run into a problem. But again, that's the one nice thing about playing on emulation, is being able to do those state saves. Oh boy, that could have been bad. Yep, that would have been bad. Don't be quick to do your save. Make sure that you're standing still before doing so, because you may end up getting yourself caught into a battle like that. Oh man, same guy too. So 3 steps in, it's right in the center of that hallway where that hidden door is at. And here we are. So let's do another save. Miracle key. Let's see. And I have the laser already on, so we are good to go. Alright, so we're going to go in here. This is going to be very much the same strategy as the last boss. We're going to have Alice use fire, Meow. Sometimes I take a risk and I go ahead and use magic right away to heal. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to waste any magic. But sometimes some of these attacks hit pretty hard. So we're just going to attack with Meow. Odin attacks, loots, we go to wind. So Meow's the first one to get hit. That wasn't a significant hit, so we're alright. Magic, fire, attack, attack, magic, wind. I don't like that attack, so... Oh, there's another one, okay. So let's go magic, fire, magic, heal. We better start with Meow. Attack, magic, wind. So he has 510 hit points, but you can't even see what's going on, which makes this extra difficult. Oh, crap. Let's see here. I think I'm also going to go ahead and use a burger. Now, he does do 2 attacks, as you're noticing there. When you get his body points down far enough, he only starts doing one attack. So you'll know when you're really getting close when that happens. You know what? Just to be safe. Glad I did. Oh wow, it was only a 10-pointer anyways. So it's just a juggling game, making sure you're staying on top of healing your characters. Is it one attack or two? Let's see. There's one, two. Okay, so he's still got a significant amount of life left. So let's go magic, fire, magic, heal, attack, magic, wind. Oh! Actually, no. Lutz only has one more left, so I'm not going to waste that. Let's go attack, magic, fire. Good, he went after Lutz. He only had one attack. Nope, there's number two. Miss, good. Oh, and she is down, so we have to use regular attack. Not going to do anything. Nothing. One. Okay, he's almost dead. Alright, so one. We're going to heal. Meow. Attack. There we go. Woot woot. Yeah, and I agree with you as far as the state saves go. That definitely is a quality of life improvement. It's still saving the game. I normally would be able to save this game anywhere I want. Phantasy Star 2, on the other hand, not being able to save anywhere you want until you get that special item makes it a little bit different. But still would be, I guess, a life improvement. So anyways, getting through the entire game here, and where are we at? Let me see. Oh, my screen doesn't tell me. Oh yeah. Oh man, almost 5 hours exactly. Interesting. Of course, some of that is not actual gameplay either. But that's okay, that doesn't matter. I'm gonna go ahead and while the ending sequence is going on here, I think I'm gonna throw up on the screen the rest of my PDF. And this is the PDF that I'm also going to be giving away. If people are not interested in getting the physical book. But like I said, I made some changes in the items and armory page. Like next to the item, it tells you if you find the item rather than how much it costs. If it is a found item, you can also find out where to get it, either directly on this page or at the back of the book going through the index. We've got the weapons. It tells you how much attack, or in the case of defensive items, tells you how much defense it adds to the character. Tells you how much it is, where it's found, that sort of thing. So I really just kind of like what I did with those changes. It makes it look so much better. We have our bestiary. I'm going to go ahead and kind of skim past this since I've already been in there. And then we got our history of Phantasy Star. I kind of talked about this in my last video as well, just going through each game. Now the text adventures, there was actually 6 of those, but I didn't end up going through all of them. I only end up kind of briefly talking about what it was. The Phantasy Star Gaiden, I've only actually played that game once. One of these days I'm actually going to go back and give that one a shot. I know it's kind of garbage from what I understand, but Phantasy Star Gaiden is still a game that I feel that I need to play through. And then we've got our Phantasy Star 4, Phantasy Star Online version 1 and 2, which touches base on the PC version, the Dreamcast version, GameCube, Xbox, PSO3, and then, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It does not, because Blue Burst is the PC version. My fault. So yeah, Blue Burst. I absolutely love Blue Burst. That's the one I still play. Then we go into our Phantasy Star universe, both on the Xbox, PS2, PC, that sort of thing. Phantasy Star Portable. So I have this first one, Phantasy Star Portable, Phantasy Star Zero, and I do not have the second. Is it? I don't remember. Maybe it's Infinity that I have, and not the second. One or the two. Anyways, since we were talking about that. Phantasy Star Online 2. I purchased Game 1 for the Vita and Game 4. Game 4 never came in the mail. It got lost, or actually I have a feeling that the guy never shipped it because he probably sold it to somebody else. He shipped it 2 weeks after he shipped the first one, and I think he was just trying to make it look like it got lost in the mail. I don't know for sure, but he gave me my money back anyways. Hopefully I can find another good copy that was fairly cheap. Phantasy Star Nova, I've got that one as well, but I've never played these Android games, Phantasy Star Online 2 ES or the Idola game. It would be interesting to be able to play some of those, so I have thought about emulating those as well. New Genesis, New Genesis was pretty good, but it was Phantasy Star Online 2 that I wasn't a huge fan of. And then we got the Eternal games, and then as we were talking about, of course, the reissues here, the Genesis version of Phantasy Star 1, and then the Phantasy Star collections. Phantasy Star is just such a great series. I mean, I don't have as much love for all of the games as I do with the first Phantasy Star, but it's what started an addiction, started a love for the series, and kept Sega going, of course, bringing other fans back to it. So anyways, that is it. That's the entire strategy guide. I didn't actually start at the very beginning of the strategy guide because there's a page on there that I don't want you guys to see quite yet, mainly because it tells you where to download the file, and I don't want that to get messed up quite yet as far as before the release happens. But anyways, hey, see, now I can't remember how to say your name. Lucidus? Lucidus? Anyways, you know what I'm trying to say. Thank you for, sticking around and having a chat with me. For the rest of you guys, keep an eye out, too. Again, as soon as it is ready to be released, I will be putting another video up, and I will have an opportunity for you to win a copy of it. They are currently printing a few copies right now for me. I ordered 3 copies, one for myself, one for my brother, and one for the actual giveaway. But after that point, I will give you guys some more information. I'm looking at the beginning of November when I actually drop that, because I want it to coincide with the actual 35th anniversary of Phantasy Star in the United States. Oh yeah, no, the guide at this point is final. And hopefully I did okay. I wish I would have, reached out to some of the community. I didn't actually know there was a Phantasy Star community. I was digging for the longest time. It wasn't up until the very end of my Phantasy Star guide when I found a thriving community for the Phantasy Star series. So I was happy to find that, but had I already gotten to that point of doing up, they're not so much reviews, they're more write-ups about the game, just the information, as opposed to reviews. But I hope, in the future, if I am able to do some more of these, I hope that I can actually get the community involved a little bit, so that it's not just a one-person show kind of thing, as well as to get some more expertise, because I don't know everything about it, but I know enough to do what needed to be done. But anyways, thank you so much all for dropping by, and I hope you had a great time. If you're using this as a guide to get you through it, wonderful. But in a couple of months, we'll actually be able to get you the book in your hand as well. But thank you very much, and you guys, as usual, keep on gaming. Bye-bye.